Greetings, technology enthusiasts. I am Chandrahas and I am delighted to be here with you representing CyberBrainer. Do you not believe that the technology sector is advancing at an unprecedented rate, making this an opportune moment to acquire the skills that will facilitate your progress? With CyberBrainer, we are empowering you to take control of your own future. At CyberBrainer, we do not merely impart your interests. We assert that information is power, yet it is the application of knowledge that distinguishes you. Our courses are meant to equip you with essential skills, whether you are pursuing data science, understanding artificial intelligence, or delving into cybersecurity. Let us commence the session and seize the future today. Thank you.
The main objective of today's meet is to have some kind of intro on Workday reporting. And yes, this entire course would be on Workday reporting. What covers in Workday reporting and what is the background of Workday reporting? All these things we will be covering in this entire course. And how many report types are there in Workday? And what is the future of each report type? And before you start reporting on Workday, what is the background of reporting and the base of reporting? You will be knowing here. And the important thing that you need to know when you start working on reporting is data model. Workday data model. On what data model Workday sits in. And when you know that, you will be able to understand how to actually report. You know anything in Workday. Reporting is nothing but whatever data that exists in Workday. You actually extract the data as how you want it to have as per business needs. Some business might be reaching you. Hey, I wanted to have employees who have got height last 1 year. Can you get me that in a kind of a pie chart format or in a kind of chart format? Grouping, for any specific department. When you get this kind of requirement, you must know where this data is sitting in. Where this data is sitting in how to pull the data on how to format the data in a way that business wanted to have. In order to do all these aspects, you need to know the data model. Where this data model is actually founded in Workday and how to actually identify which object is actually managing this data. Data model is nothing but Workday completely, manages its data in an object called object model. Whatever data that stores in Workday, that actually stores in the form of business object. Everything Let's say you hire an employee. That employee will be going into one of the object called worker. Worker is nothing but employee, right? When you hire an employee, that employee will go and sit into worker business object. Then when you are trying to report on worker, when you are trying to report on employee, you go to this worker business object and pull the information and show all the employee information. Workday completely manages its data in a data model called business object. Business object is nothing but it stores the data. Business object is nothing but have you heard any term called table? Table is nothing but which actually holds fields and instances, right? Fields, columns and all. Or let's say example, I'll take in an easy way. You have an Excel spreadsheet. When you open an Excel spreadsheet, what you will see? You will see empty rows, empty columns, right? When you open any spreadsheet, you see, let me open any spreadsheet. When you open this spreadsheet, what you are seeing here? You are seeing empty rows and empty columns, right? Similarly, if you relate this Excel to your business object is nothing but which holds the data in the form of columns and rows. Let's say, for example, worker. Let's take this Excel sheet as a worker business object. What this worker business object is holding: employee ID, employee name, hire date, and all other information of an employee. When it look, if you see this worker business object, it is holding data in the form of columns. Now we can say 123 is an employee ID, 331 is an employee ID, A, B, C, X, Y, Z is kind of name, hire date. Jen, I'm just giving some dummy data. Similarly, we have a concept called business object, which actually stores all the data in the form of rows and columns. And we have multiple business process, and we need to know which business object that you need to choose for which reporting that you're working. Let's say if someone asks you, get me all the worker information. You need to go and choose your worker business object and create a report to pull all the information related to employee. If someone asks you, get me compensation, information of employee, you will be choosing related business object called compensation and put all the compensation related thing. And someone asked you, I wanted to have both worker as well as compensation information. You will be using a worker as a business object and include the compensation information of the worker and create a report. Like that. You need to know when some requirement comes to you. You need to know where the data is sitting in and how to pull the data. When you wanted to know that, you need to know the data model that Workday maintains, which is nothing but object model. Object is nothing but which stores data in the Workday in the form of rows and columns. And that example, you can actually relate it to the spreadsheet, which actually contains data in the form of columns and rows. When you are aware of data model and when you are aware of which object to be used for which reporting, you are clear. 80% of your reporting is through. The other 20% you need to know is how to actually return the data and how to format the data. Those are the basic things that you'll be knowing once you know how to actually manage the data in Workday. That will be covered right from basics. Go ahead. You told me like the data is stored in the form of business objects. I have a question. Are the business objects common for Workday? Like for example, I work in company 1 and you're in company 2. Like all the data are different, right? But still the business object name is the same. It's all pertain to Workday. Is it? Or is there like they can modify according to their companies? No. Workday is a kind of unique product. Any company which is using Workday is their HR system and they don't have the data model as for business object. And there are a lot of companies which are using Workday as their HR system and they're using Workday reporting for many business purposes. And the common thing here is business. Object is one thing where Workday stores its data. This is same for all the customers who are using Workday system. In that case, Is there any cheat sheet like thing? For example, this business object has all these fields like that. Is there anything that Workday provides? Yes, we have. We have. We have all those things. We'll get to see when we get into the actual course and when you start actually discussing. Before you get into that level, you need to know the basic features of our business object. You know how it works, and all you need to know, and you need to know the difference between Workday reporting and the traditional Workday relational database management system reporting. All these things you need to know. Once you're clear on that, you should be able to retrieve the standard reports. We call it in Workday terminology. We call it the standard report, and you need to pull that standard report. What are the fields that are available in Workday and which object is holding those fields and which source is actually managing these fields and all. You should be able to view all those information in a standard report format. And before you actually get into the reporting, you need to know the traditional reporting structure. In all other traditional software applications, there are some kind of queries, SQL, SQL, and PLSQL kind of statements that you need to write in a database to return the data that is sitting in application. But in Workday, you don't need any kind of such kind of SQLs, such kind of PLSQLs, or you don't see any kind of relational database. At least you won't see any kind of database, external database system, because everything will be managed within one system called Workday. And there is no backend, there is no front end, there is no database. Anything exists for Workday. There is only one concept called Workday, which is a single application where you create reports, where you run reports, where you view the data. All the things will be happening in only one application. You will not use any kind of databases, you will not use any kind of SQLs, you will not use any kind of queries to return the data from Workday. Managing Workday reporting is as simple as how you actually manage your spreadsheets. It's not that complex. The only thing is, for complex reporting, you need to have some logical thinking and actually, returning the data. Let's say, there is an example. Like, there is a request of get me a kind of report that a dependent where employee dependent independent is nothing. But let's consider as child. Let's create a report for all the employees relationship where it is child and the child age should be less than 10 years. If this is a requirement, some logical thinking is required here. We need to actually, perform some kind of logics where your data has to come for only employees who has child where their age is less than 10 years. You need to actually build some kind of calculation here and do some kind of logical filtering that your data will get filtered and not looks for every row of the data that sits in Workday. It actually, meets the filter criteria and returns the data from your, logic that you have written. I know that 20% of your complex reporting requires some logical thinking, which will be, like creating multiple complex reports here and will get used to all such kind of evaluations in this entire course duration. when you wanted to generate a data in a graphical format, in a pie chart format, in a bar format. You know how business wanted to view their data in a high level. By looking at the pie chart, they should understand. You know complete data in the report. Such kind of reports can be managed through matrix reports. And there are a few other types. These are the three mainly used reports, but we'll be covering other types which are not mainly used also, that you know you'll have a knowledge when an ad hoc request comes to you. How to manage the other report types will also cover other report types. We have transpose report, we have inbox report, we have search report, we have composite report. You know we have other types of also which are very rarely used, but you have, for your knowledge. Purpose will be covering all the report types that we have in Workday. And that you'll have NPN knowledge of Workday reporting. And data source and its types. Data source is nothing, but as I said, right? Your worker is a kind of business object where you're actually selecting to return the worker information. Now data source comes into the picture and question you. You're actually reporting on worker, but what worker information that you wanted to retrieve? You wanted to retrieve contractors, you wanted to retrieve active employees, you wanted to retrieve terminated employees, or you wanted to retrieve retiree employees. All these kind of questions, data source will be asking you. You need to actually choose which data source that you wanted to have for your reporting. Data source is nothing but view of your business object. You're actually collecting data from business object. But data source comes into the picture and it performs like filters. It filters your data and gives you required information. Your data source, let's say worker, is a business object. Now, if you choose your data source as all active employees, it only pulls active employees. Or if you choose only all terminated workers, it will pull only terminated workers. Or if you choose data source called all retirees, it will only pull retiree information. We have the concept called data sources, what data sources that are available in Workday, and how to identify which data source is sitting in which business object. All these concepts will be covering, and we have a standard report in Workday which provide you this information as well. And we have two types of data sources. One is standard data source and index data source. We need to know when to use what you need to know, standard and index. We will be covering that, and that you will be getting an idea when to use index data source and when to use standard data source. And business object we covered, which actually manages data. We have multiple types of business object here. You can just imagine parent-child relationship. I have a question with data source. Yes. For a single business object, you mean like you can have a number of data sources. One business object can have multiple data sources. I have one question. Can all the data sources across all Workday, they named exactly the same, right? It's standard. Standard. You cannot create data source. You can use what Workday is. Yes, but you can create. You cannot create field also, but you can tweak the existing fields. That sits in Workday. Whatever the advantage of Workday is in other technologies, you create something in at field level. In other traditional reporting software, you will actually create. At field level, you will create. But in Workdays, you cannot create a field. You need to select the field Workday as given. But you have an option to tweak the field, change the format of the field, and all you have an option to do with Workday. That's the main advantage, where it less downs all the burdens. That we'll be seeing in reporting concepts. Just pick the data and show the data how your business wanted to have. Right. And normally when you get these requests, like your stories, when you are asked these in a working scenario, right? it will be stated in this format, right? Like I wanted you could. You'll be able to find it when you search in Workday. When you say format of the report, no, basically you're heading, like if you're saying your data source, you want all terminated that. But it's not always as simple as those data sources. Especially if you're doing maybe financial or something, it becomes more in-depth. They all Workday delivered. Am I correct in saying that? Yes, those are definitely a kind of Workday delivered. But as I said, right, there are types of data sources. One is standard and index, and standard is a kind of straightforward data source. But index data source are, will again, give you an option to drill down into. Few more options and, return the data, which actually reduces your reporting performance and optimizes your reports and return the data. Index data source will further give you an option to drill down more into the data and choose whatever data you want. Let's say we are seeing like all active employees, right? With standard data source. If you go with all active employees, then just get all active employees. But if you go with the index data source, all active employees, it further asks you a few more questions. Which organization and active employees that you want to have. It may be a time period and forth. It will ask, a few more drill down questions and, based on that, when you actually select that kind of options. Your report performance and runtime will get reduced and performance of the report, will run fast and return the data quickly. All these things will be actually practically doing, and before that will be actually seeing everything clearly. And once we have a conceptual understanding, then we'll go with the hands-on. And as I said, we have types of reports. I know one is standard report, what work they'll be providing to customers. And if your standard report is giving all the information that you wanted to have, then no need of going, with any kind of other reports that you wanted to have. You have the report, Workday is already given, and all you need to know is you need to have right access to view the report and run the report. Standard report is nothing but a kind of delivered report which Workday provides when your needs are not meeting with standard reports. When I know you're getting most of the data, but some of the data you're missing in the standard report. When your data needs are not meeting with standard reports, you have an option to go for custom reports. You can copy that standard report. The moment you copy your standard report, it will become a custom report. Then you can enhance your custom report as however you want it to have. Add how many fields that you want it to have and make the report to work as per your needs. Standard reports and custom reports are two types of report models that we have. And when the standard report are meeting our needs, we'll go with standard. And when it's not meeting our needs, we'll be actually going for custom reports and whatever report types that I said, right. Advanced matrix search report and all those comes under custom reports. We will be creating all those reports as per our needs, as per our business requirements. We create all those custom reports in an intended format, in a graphical format. However, we wanted to have to make the data to be visible in a clear format, in a graphical format. All these things will be customizing the reporting structure for our business needs and utilize the reporting concepts here. And as I said, right, those custom reports are advanced. There are 8 to 9 report types we have. We'll be covering each report type to get you a kind of sufficient knowledge in managing NTN, reporting concepts in Workday. I think this should give some basic understanding for today, and probably we'll be meeting from our next session. We'll be getting into the actual agenda and go in detail to talk more about our reporting structure. As I said, right, Workday completely goes with the data model called object, and all the data that actually gets created in Workday will be inserted in this object. And each object, each data category will be inserted into that particular business object. Let's say if you're actually creating any information related to worker, employee, employee hire date, employee information, all those things will be going to worker business object and anything related to compensation. If you're actually creating compensation, compensation history, grade profile, or all, they'll be going to compensation related business object and anything related to dependents. Let's say employee dependence relationship, all these things, dependent relationships, dependent age, and all will be going into dependent related business object. Similarly, we have multiple business objects in Workday. Whenever you create data in that particular category or whenever you actually perform any kind of data changes, those objects will also get updated and will be having these data changes and data insertions, and all will be there in that particular business object. All the data fields and all will be coming under that particular business object. Now, if you compare with other, I think I've shown you a kind of Excel example, right? Now, if you actually compare Workday with other relational database management system reporting, we see similarities, but kind of terminology will be a little different. Just to compare, let's say RDBMS, we call it as table. We call it as a table, which actually stores the data in the form of fields, right? Similarly, in Workday, we have it as an object, primary business object. The primary business object is nothing but which holds the data business object. Business object is nothing which holds data in the form of fields and instances. Similarly, we call it as child table. In RDBS, we call it as child table. In Workday, we call it as related business object. Related business object is nothing but a business object only. But while creating the reports, you actually maintain parent-child relationship. Let's say, if you are actually creating a report on a worker, we are actually getting all the worker-related information. And similarly, in the same report, if you wanted to also want to get anything related to dependent information in worker report, you would actually add dependent as a related business object. You're joining, multiple business objects and getting data in a single report, which is nothing but because of maintaining parent-child relationship. In the table, we call it in traditional RDBMS, but in Workday, we call it as a related business object. This also can be as PBO. In the RDMS, we have a Escula view, where what are the data that you're getting from table, how you're viewing them, and how we are accessing them on. Can we manage through SQL view? SQL view is nothing but you actually whatever data that you see from the business object. Similarly, in Workday, we call it as data source. Data source is nothing but view of your business object. I've given you examples, right? When you're actually creating report with worker, There are a lot of, data sits in Worker. It will be storing terminated employees, active employees, people who go on leave, employees leave information, retirees and all contractors. All these categories will be part of Worker only, right? Now, here we have a data source. You can select whichever data source that you wanted to have to actually look for that specific category. If you wanted to go for all active and terminated, you can go. If you wanted to go for all workers, which includes terms, contractors, retirees, active employees, all workers will get you complete information, irrespective of the category. That's data source. You can select anything that you wanted to actually return in the report, whatever you wanted to view. You actually go with the specific data source. These three are main. Whenever you create a report, to actually manage the data to report on a report. And all these three are main primary business object, related business object and data source. These three are main. Now let me try to open tenant. This is how when you work day. Tenant. This is how you know your work. The trend will be looking like. And as I said, I think in your Workday HCM self-spaced videos, we should be getting information like what these are, kind of search-driven application. Whatever you actually enter in search bar, it will be. A data will be returned as per the search criteria. You don't need to drill down into any of the page where you wanted to look or get the data. It's completely search-driven just to enter what you wanted to have. It will return based on that search criteria. And we have certain search prefixes. If you enter the question tag, those search prefixes will be available. But based on your hands on you, now you'll be getting what prefixes has to be used. You have a question tag that are around 300 prefixes, you see all the prefixes. RTs is nothing but data source. These are all the prefixes which you can, but based on you, the experience, the hands-on, that you do with Workday, all the symptoms will automatically get the ones you use most. The more you get hands-on, you'll get used to all these prefixes. Let's say, for example, for returning report, you give R, D and your report name. And all the reports that are related to test. You'll be getting the reports, but if you don't remember let's say you don't know the prefix and you only know the report name. Just enter the report. Like that, you can actually play around with it. It's not that complex. Even if you don't know the prefix, you can go with any similar word that you're looking for or the prefix you know. We'll only get the exact value as per your whatever you'll be entering here. The value as per that it will be getting the actual value. I'll just give you some brief information about the options that you have on Workday. You see here the bell icon. The bell icon is nothing but which actually gets you notifications. You will be notified on any of the actions or any of the tasks that you are supposed to get notification. Let's say you're HR administrator and one employee has got terminated as of today. You will be getting a notification as since your HR administrator there will be a configuration made whenever an employee hires a term and notification has to go to HR administrator stating that employee has got terminated. When we make such kind of configuration, those notifications will be coming here. They should be able to view that notification from here. Here notification, whatever notification that you'll be getting here, or those are just for viewing purpose. You're not supposed to take any or you cannot take any kind of action on those notifications. Just you can view the notification. Let's say hire David is there. You'll be seeing employee hire is submitted on your behalf kind of notifications will be actually coming based on the security that is granted to you. And this is something with inbox. Workday. We call it as Workday inbox based on the security that is associated with you or granted to you any tasks where you are supposed action on those tasks. Those tasks will be coming to your inbox. Let's say now David is having some kind of a hiring restriction or create Workday things and all. He has to approve that one. Then only this particular hire event will get completed. And similarly Workday account, he has to approve this one. To create a Workday account, David has to take an action on that one. Similarly, you will see all performance related goals. Whenever, let's say, your manager or a team member and they submit all the performance related goals or they submit leave request or they submit a time of request, anything as per your security role, you will be getting them to your inbox where you'll be actually taking action on those tasks. That is nothing but inbox. Now, when you click on employee profile, you'll be seeing a few of the options based on your security. Here you see a sitemap. Sitemap is nothing but which actually gives you the tasks that you have access for all. Let's say reporting is there. Reporting what? All the tasks that you are available, you have an access and what those tasks, how you actually get into Workday to return those activities and all you'll be actually able to view the, let's say benefits is there. But there are a few tasks that you're not aware and few reports that you're not aware. If you click on benefit category, you will be seeing on the reports that are related to benefits and tasks that are related to benefits. And similarly, if you go to reporting, these are all the reports where I can view and run the reports. These are all the tasks where I have an access to these tasks. If anything, you create a custom report. There is nothing but comes in a report on the right. Those reports you'll be actually able to view. Task is nothing, but what do you enter here? A create report kind of task. No, that will get you the task and reports are nothing but reports which are already ready. You just need to run the report. Basically, the site plan is nothing but which directs you to a particular task and report that you are allowed to access. I think initially this would be helpful for you. If you're not aware of any of the tasks, you can get into any of the category here and look for a particular task and manage that one. Now coming to the reporting. The first step that you do to create report is access the task called create report. Once you have your report task returned, then the steps that you'll be making here is name your report name. We'll just create one sample report with employee data. It's simple report. We'll start with simple report. We will create with some of the data. Name your report, name and report. There are different naming convention. Each of the organization follows and you need to actually follow. Some of the organizations will be giving their organization name and report details. And any kind of project which they're actually creating, they'll be naming that. Right. I'll be working details. I'll just take a simple report type. And the option that you have here for temporary report, when you actually select the temporary report, it actually delete. Temporary report is nothing but a temporary write. When you select the checkbox by default, it automatically deletes in 7 days. From today, it calculates 7 days and automatically after the 7th day, it automatically gets deleted. If you wanted to extend the date, you have an option to extend the date also and optimize the performance. When you uncheck this one, you will be able to select your standard data sources for your report. When you check this checkbox, you should be able to select index data sources. I told you right, there are types of data sources. You should be able to. We'll talk more about data sources in our sessions. Why we use induction, why we use standard and all will be talking. But for now, just take a kind of activity like when I select this checkbox, you'll only get index data sources. You'll not be getting in standard data. Let's say if I wanted to look for all active employees, let's say this is a standard data source, all active employees. I'm not getting all active, but I'm getting something related to time off. If you pull that out, then if I check this, uncheck this checkbox and look for all active employees. It limits the data source when you do that right. Now I'll be getting standard data source. Optimize for performance is nothing but which allows you to drill down into data sources and select what data source that you wanted to have. By default, you'll be getting indexed, but you have an option to uncheck that and select data sources, standard data sources as well. This is a report definition page. Once you select your data source, you'll be drilling down into report definition page and where you need to actually give the field names. The thing that you need to observe here is type of reports. Have type of options. In simple report, you don't have much options here. You don't have sort filter. You only have few things. You don't have any kind of advanced features and you only have an option to select fields from your primary business object. We don't have an option to actually add any secondary business object like related business object and add anything related to related business. You don't have an option. You only need to choose data from your primary business object and go with the whatever basic filtering options and sorting options that has in the simple report. You do not have any kind of advanced features, advanced filtering option or having data from multiple business objects. You cannot have that kind of advanced features in simple report. Simple report is nothing but just simple report which will be getting you data that you actually inserted in the report. You still had manager level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4 and all. There's nothing with level 1 is nothing but immediate manager, level 2 is nothing but managers, 3 is nothing but a manager, manager like that. This is you wanted to report for direct manager. I've selected level 1. Let's run the report. You have good amount of data that has got written. Since your report is a simple report, we don't, and you're looking for active employees. There's nothing on worker. You can filter this, but let's say hire date is 2000 here. And now you have an option to filter based on the data source based on the hire date. Let's say I'm looking for very recent hires. You have a few records that are high. You don't have anything on 2022. On 1/1/2022 we don't have, but after 1/1/2022 we have some information. We have around 139 records that are populated. This filter what you're doing. Once you run the report, you get your filtering on the report. On the report output you're filtering. But let's say you don't want to filter on the report output. You wanted to have dynamically. You wanted to get this report data. I don't know, a report should auto filter and should get you hires after 1/1/2022. That options you can actually perform the reporting filters. Edit your custom report. I goes back and you can filter here at the bottom. I'll do it. Higher date you have, let's say if you wanted to get them greater than 1st of January 2022. You have here greater than or equal to an operator. You will be selecting greater than or equal to, and here is its state value comes. This auto filters your report and gets data dynamically by executing the filter that you will do. Whatever we got the output when we filtered in the output, now that has got auto filtered in the report and excluded all other records, got only those records, those 139 records. Now, based on what we have done, there will be kind of questions for you. The steps that we followed here to create report right. First step is when you get your reporting definition page. After you search for, you'll be getting the page where you need to enter your report name and report type source and run the report right. Name your report. And select report type. Select report type. Then what else? Select data source. Add fields in your report definition page. There are any filters, add filters. Sort your data according to order that you wanted to have. The next step is run your report. These are the steps that you'll follow while you create report. Just to get you the field steps in order, I just created one simple report. That's it. There are a few introduction concepts that I wanted to discuss, but just to get you the field steps, in order to give you the steps to actually create report. I am on the created report. The same steps will apply for all types of report, be the advanced report, be it matrix report, any report type, that the sequence of steps would be in this way. In Workday, as I said, we have two types of reports. Two types. What are those two types? If I remember from our basic introduction session, two types of report. One is delivered and custom reports. I think we discussed the two types of report in our introduction, delivered reports and standard report. We also call them, as in work terminology, standard reports. Standard reports and custom reports. Before these, you know about these two. You need to know about the security that you need to have for creating reports. There is a security group called report writer. Which allows you to create report. If you don't have the security group assigned to you, you're not able to access any kind of reporting tasks, or you'll be not able to create any reports. If you're part of any kind of reporting team or reporting analyst, if your role is for definitely, you should be having the security called report writer, which allows you to manage reports. Without this, you'll be not able to view any report, create any report, or manage any of the reports in Workday. Then two types of delivered reports. One is standard, the other one is custom report. You know more about standard. We can safely assume that standard reports are nothing but which are provided by Workday. Based on your requirement, you can choose your standard report and run it and manage the data that it has. Now in standard report, there are further two types of reports called express. Expresso and report writer related reports. And when you wanted to copy your standard report to custom report, to customize that report by adding any additional fields. Any of this data, any of this report type will work. Express for reports cannot be copied. You just need to use them to view the data, but you cannot copy these experts for reports. But report writer is a kind of standard report type where you can actually copy that report and add the data that you wanted to have additionally based on your existing information. These three are important. Security report writer is a security, and you can also remember this is a user-based security group. For every user, we'll be adding this one. If you have joined as a kind of reporting analyst, for your user, this report writer security group will be assigned. There are multiple security groups. Few will get assigned based on your position, based on your job. Few will be assigned based on your username and all. Report writer is nothing but which is a user-based security group that is assigned on user level. And to see how we can manage standard reports. And make little bit. What the standard report is a task that you can enter in the search criteria and you'll be getting the filter to actually what category that you wanted to look for. Your search, your standard report. These are all the categories. That said, if you wanted to actually look for any address related report. All the Workday standard reports that you have an access for have an access. Based Workday is nothing but completely manages and populates based on the security that you have. Everything based on the security. That is, in that way I can say Workday is a kind of excellent application. Let's say you have joined as an employee without any kind of additional security groups. You've joined as a normal employee. You'll be getting by default. What normal employee will have an access to view their personal information, to view their employee information, to view the manager information. They'll be able to see but cannot be able to view any other employee's information, any other personal information, compensation information, or any such kind of confidential information. Normal employee will not have access for. Now let's say you've joined HR administrator. Your access is now wide open. You have access to all the HR data elements in Workday. You should be able to manage any of the employee information and view their information. You did know salary information. You did know hierarchies, time off, everything. How the history of the transactions are all you should be able to do. That's where security plays major role in accessing Workday application and completely. Your Workday is completely defined based on the security. Whatever you view, whatever you access is completely based on the security granted to you. There are a few the delivered address related reports, but based on the security, you only have access to this report which I am able to view. This is something, but type is expressible. You can copy which you cannot copy. You will not have option to copy this report. You don't have any of the activity to actually copy this report. And if you come down set up address, you will be having few more options here. You have country. Their addresses come component summaries of report writer type, and you should be having access to copy this report. Some more options other than what you have. Let's say now if there's a task called copy standard reports to custom report task is there. When you access this task, what type of reports will be getting here? Right? What type of report types you will be getting? Here, you get a delivery report, but what is the type you will be getting expressed? It's only report writer reports you'll be getting, because you are copying your standard report and getting only type of report. Whenever you're copying your standard report, make a note that it will by default convert to your report type to your advanced report. You can see here automatically changes whenever you not as important. I can say the standard report. We don't know what type of first standard report is there. Whether it is simple or advanced, you know those types are not there in standard, right? It's just a standard report. But when you copy the standard report, the custom report, by default, that custom report will be typed as advanced report because you're trying to customize your report. You're trying to customize your report and you wanted to add additional fields, and you know there are only two types of reports. That actually allows you to add fields and make filters and all. When a simple report, you can add fields and you can also add any kind of filters. But Workday has thought like, let's default it to advanced report. Any kind of advanced features can be happened to the copied report where you can add multiple related business objects and all. Whenever you copy a standard report to custom report, the default report type that it falls under is advanced. This should be a task version. You see here, automatically few fields are there, and if you wanted to customize this, you can add worker that location. You are able to add additional fields and run your report. Here you have run and test options, right? What is the difference between run and test? Test is nothing, but it will run in a test mode and will not look for all the data that is there in the system. It will only look for the first 10 rows of data and within only those 10 rows. It will not return more than 10 rows. But run mode is nothing but which actually runs to all the data that is there in the system. Let's try first in test mode. There is a prompt, default prompt, that actually filters the data based on the companies that we are selecting. Nothing is coming here. For any custom report that you create on your own, it will not be actually coming up since you know this is copied from standard report. Exactly. That is actually defaulted, but we have an access to actually remove that company. Here we have a data source here, right? Based on your data source, it is asking your company. Now let's filter out this data source to actually take out that option of default prompt. Completely based on the data source, it actually comes. Let's say all workers I will take. Now I'll not get a prompt here, right? Run for all the employees. Based on your resource, it actually filters and adds the prompts and all. It will be knowing all the options you know. I'm just trying to get you introduced to the report types and all. Standard report. When you copy it automatically, it will be a kind of advanced report where you can actually run your report as how you want it to have. We have two standard reports. One is Express One Report Writer. Express One reports cannot be copied. The report writer reports can be copied. I'm now coming to custom reports. Custom reports are nothing but which are created by customers based on their own requirements. Other than what Workday has delivered, they think, like those deliver reports are not meeting their needs, they'll actually go for custom reports and create their data however they want it to have. A custom reports can be created from the scratch. Custom reports can be shared from one user to another user because it is custom report which you are creating. When you create that, you will be the owner of that report, not what they will be owner of the report. And since you are the owner of the report by default, you will be getting an option to share your report another user. When you create the report, you will be the owner of the report, but not any other person will be able to access that report. Unless you share access to them, they'll be not able to view your report. Look that option you will be having for only custom reports. Standard report will not have that option. The custom report can be shared from one user to another user. Standard reports cannot be shared because you cannot edit that standard report right then just run the report. Where you get an option to share, once you edit your custom report, once you make any changes to custom report, you'll be getting option to actually. Here you have one of multiple options you see here right now. Since you have not shared it, it is in Do Not Share the Report definition. Now no one will be able to access your report since you have not shared to anyone. Now, if you click on this Share with all authorized users, people who have all the right security to access this data source, they will be able to run this report, view report, and make changes to this report. Or if you wanted to give access to any specific user or any specific security group, you can actually add in third radio button. Once you select, you'll be getting option to select any specific user, one of your team member that you wanted to only give access to, that particular team member, and no other person should have an access. In that case, you'll be editing your report, you'll be going to third option, and you'll be giving your team member's name in the prompt that you asked for. Share. Authorized users will give access to this report based on the security that they have. Right security, when they have, they'll be able to access this report. Now, if you don't want it to, just give access to the people who have access to the data source, because this report will be having some kind of confidential information, compensation related information, where you don't want to share to any other team member who have access to reporting, but you wanted to share to only team member that is part of your team. You can select. You can select that particular team member here. Let's say select any name here, Anthony. You can select that particular report team. I'll just select randomly John. I got a bunch of names with John. I can select any of the name here who can access this report, who will be the authorized user to actually view the report data and run the report. But if you wanted to go based on the security, let's say your team is falling under reporting team, there will be a kind of report specific security goal that would have created for your team. And if you give that specific security group here, all the people of your team who is falling under that particular security group will have access to this report. When you share, they'll be having option to edit as well. Basically, whenever business request comes, they'll just give you what data that they wanted to have. They'll not give you a business for business object. They'll not give you data. They'll not give you anything. They'll just give you, this is the information we wanted to have, and we know who has to run this report. Whether it has to auto schedule the report output should go them or they have. They need to have access to run the report. Such kind of information that they'll give. They're not giving. They're just giving the information that they wanted in the report. Once you are done with the report, you'll ask them know how you wanted to access this. You want to, share the output file. Every day that you can view the data or you wanted to. Have access to this report that on your own you can run a report and execute the data such kind of for a questionnaire you will be placing, and based on their need, you'll be managing scheduling this report, and automatically report outputs goes to them every day based on the period that they will be scheduling. And or if you wanted to get them access to the report, they can run and they can view the data. There will be scheduling. Fear reports also will show how you can schedule those reports as well. I think for now we can actually have this information. That Tulam standard report versus custom report, and how you can actually copy your standard report to the custom report and have your filters managed. We started with a simple report, right? We completed all the conceptual part. We just started creating reports, right? We went through what type of different reports are there on the second day data sources and also our workplace standard reports. The data source, how to find, and business object details. We'll start with a simple report. Tell me the steps of creating report. First, name the report. And then it's the report type, which is simple, which we're doing today. If you want it temporary and only for 7 days, you tick the box. If not, you leave it blank. If you want to optimize that's index data, then you tick it. Otherwise, if you press index, you'll only get a few data sources that are relevant. Otherwise, if you do not tick it, the data source will show all the available data sources that you have access to. Now we are going with simple report. This report, whatever we'll be creating, should return only active employees. only active employees in the organization. It should not retrieve contractors. It should not retrieve terminated. It should not retrieve people who went on leave. Should look for only active employees. There are multiple ways of doing this one. We'll be covering those all multiple ways in actually managing this kind of requirements. And when we do this, since this is a simple report, got some limitations. And the same report, when we create with advanced, what kind of other options that we have, we are going to see. All active employees. Thank you. We got into the report definition page with the source called all active employees. The source itself says that it only looks for active employees. Here, you just need to give the data that you wanted to have. And since we had that data is getting filtering at source level, your report will be getting all the internet data. But there are other cases. Let's say if we don't want to go with all active employees. Originally, we'll go with all active and terminated. 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 We have only, these three options here. Terminated with the, work business object with worker as a primary business object. We have active, terminated and employees by organization. Employees in the sense who is not terminated, who is not employing, the sense who is not terminated, who went down, who's not, on leave, who is not the kind of contractor. Employees in the sense employee. Employee is nothing but. Employee is nothing but. It could be contractors and full-time. No employee will not be a contractor. If we go with worker, let's say if you take worker, might be many type of workers will be there. Worker might be. Employee is person full-time employed. Employee is full-time employee. No other thing will be coming to the picture. Employee is just an employee who is, just an active. We have chosen, all active employees. Since this is a simple report, we are not able to get multiple options at source level. It is actually looking for only three similar kind of, sources, but they also. Let's compare this with the advanced report when we go with same kind of option. Now let's filter with data. Let's filter with data. We'll see you soon. All right, we'll see you soon. Thank you. 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 In the secret group is script that only had one option to actually pick at source level and return the data. But let's take the same scenario applied for advanced reporting. Why we use for the way we use this checkbox. You're aware, right? In advanced report enable as a web service. This is important option which is used for integrations. Now, as I said, for advanced we have multiple options. If I'm going with all active, we can go with all active and terminated and filter at the report level, and you can go with. You can go with all workers at source level and filter with. You also have indexed the indexed all workers source where once you get into report definition, you need to filter your report at report level. Let's say now we've chosen indexed data source called indexed all workers, the advantage of indexed source. I said right, you have an option to filter large volumes of data at source level only. Now we have one index filter. Let's see source level. you have. All this is not what we want. We wanted to have active employees. This is not working at source level. We already took indexed all workers at source level, which will be returning all the workers. Now if you wanted to filter the data, all the workers. What we want? We wanted to have only active employees rate. Active status is a Boolean value which is a true or false kind of condition. You will be having two options to or no kind of options you'll be getting. And when you see the checkbox called, when you check this checkbox, which means that you are making the condition as yes. And if you are unchecking the checkbox, you are making the conditions no. In this case, active state is equal to S, you'll be getting only active employees. When you say active status is not equal to yes, you'll be getting all the status other than active. You'll be getting terminated. You'll be getting they know contractors. You'll be getting employees who went on leave. All these three categories you'll be getting. Now, since we wanted to have only active employees, we have taken all this. This is very important for you to know. I'm going with all workers from the source, and filtering data at source report level is one thing you have to be aware. Like that, you will be having multiple kind of requirements which you can think of. Undertake the right decision to actually filter the data as how you wanted to have. And here we will also apply parenter relationship to the report by taking related business object. Now I'm going with worker as a primary business object where indexed all workers is a kind of source that we have taken. You manager. These fields are, regularly used. It should be aware manager, immediate manager, as said right. Manager level 1 will be a kind of immediate manager and manager level 2 will be managers, manager and cost center. You. Now let's see to have the report with the parent led relationship with the object. Now we've got all the worker related information at the same time. Since we are looking for all active employees, including their dependent. We wanted to know whether employee has any dependent. What is the relationship of the dependent, and additional information of dependent. We'll be adding as a kind of related business object here, where we are combining one object to another object, grouping data into one report dependent. Here we have combined the objects as a kind of primary as well as related to one report, and we are managing all this information like that. You can add a number of related business objects that are under primary business object. You can add a number of related business objects here, not trusting. There is no restriction that you need to choose. The limited, the related business. You can add any number of related business object, but at the same time understand that you are combining objects into single report where you are maintaining a parent-child relationship between primary business object, a related business object, and you know they are related. There is a way, right? I am away from hex mode. They are. Somehow there's a way to figure out. From here somewhere you can see if you click on worker, you'll be able to see that dependence is under worker. They're related, right? They have that relationship. When you go with worker as a primary business object, you can see 99 of other business objects will be related to that. Because worker is a kind of superset of all the objects, all the sources that we have in NSIM. It can link to any business object in, because Workday is nothing but, which actually plays major role in NSIM height. We wanted to have the people data. We wanted to have compensation. Compensation for whom you're getting. You're getting for employee only, right? For worker only you're getting. If you wanted to get per performance reviews for an employee for whom you're getting for you everything you're getting for a worker, right? It should relate to any other data object that we have in Workday, and that's where when you create report with worker, it automatically connects to all other business object and take them as a related business object and returns the data. I suggest whenever you get any kind of requirement, the first thing that you need to choose is whether, let's say, if someone is asking you, hey, can you get me the report that actually returns all the employee ratings? Whatever manager would have given for an employee, get me that rating. If someone asks you in that way, there are multiple ways of dealing with kind of cases. You have employee review as a source. If you go with employee review as a source, you can actually get the data, and also if worker is a kind of worker only, you're actually trying to get a rating right. Let's say if a worker can actually manage this one, go with the worker data and add related business object as employee review and get that. There are multiple ways of handling this kind of requirement. I suggest you need to think of the first thing that has to come to your mind whenever any report comes, whether your worker can do that reporting or not. Because worker is a kind of flexible object which can connect to any other object that is there in the NSIM world. Right? This is what you are asking. You can check actually here at related business object, where it links are links to related business object and links from related business object. But for worker, as I said, right, it will be connecting to any other business object that is there in Workday. We got dependent information, dependent relationships. Now in the same scenario, I wanted to ask a question. If I wanted to have a report that should return the data only for the employees whose dependent relationship is child, then only wanted to return the data with. In other cases, you don't want the data to coming into the report output. What you will do then? You filter under relationship. You need to filter and the relationship. What filter you will go? I'll use only child. What filter you will go? We'll go with the standard regular filter or any other filter. I have done one report. You can filter on the report itself there, on the way you had it there, or you can do it here. There's a filter as well, which you can put in. The thing that you need to understand here is since we wanted to filter on the data which is sitting in related business subject, not primary business. Yes, we are actually wanting the data to get filtered under prior related business object, where your filter will not work here. You need to go with your subfield whenever you have filter data squeezing requirements that you need to filter for the related business subject. Your filter will not work because will not get relationship here. I have a question like, once you've run the report, if you right click on relationship, can you filter there, or you have to do it on sub filter level? On report output, you can't. You can't because this is output, and you can filter from the primary business subject, but dependent is a related business subject which you will not get the filtering option here. But this is not the kind of right option to filter the data because you ran the report and you got all the data. You'll not be asking. Your business team, run a report, go to the output and filter the data output level. This is not what you are. We actually give update to our business. They wanted to have a dynamic data. Dynamically, it has to return the data that filters for they don't employ dependence of relationship, child enough relationship, child enough dependent. You. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. There is a different delivered field. I don't know why this is not coming. We are getting a field here, but we are not getting the field at filter level. Let's do another way. Oh, we have a lot of access restricted here. We don't have complete access here. Give me a minute. I think there is some security. we have a need to actually get into. I think there is a lot of security this thing here, but I will try to come out of that. We'll be marking as share with all authorized users, which was created by Steve. Now here, let's see if we have, since we have different security here. Now, I think this has some kind of issue with the security. Security is the reason we are not getting the required free share, because we can understand here. You can see here we are getting relationship as a related business object field. Here we are getting the related business object under dependent business subject, but when we are trying to filter and subfilter, it is not actually looking for that field, is behaving as if the field is not available. This should not be the case. We've gone with indexed one. That is the thing, I think, since we've gone with indexed. Yes, since that should be the reason. But let's take indexed also should work. But let's come out of indexed. Now I'm going with standard source. Let's see in the filter, top filter. Now we got the difference right. UUI. Thank you. Thank you. What we wanted to have the reports to filtered should be filtered with child, right? Now she'll return only dependent who has child. It should not return any other data. Employee dependent who has child. You can see here, we have all the child information, but we are seeing blank here. Let's see. Let's filter with blank and see why this is coming up. No, this is something tested, I believe. Let's see. This is blank, right? Our report is returning. What do we are getting? Even in a related business object, it does not have related business object to where you can see there is no definite. This is something people would have created test data in Workday. I think we need to actually tweak all this data as well. We should not see any kind of blank data, but we should only see the meaningful data. You can see a lot of junk data is coming which we don't want it to have. Now let's figure out why this is actually coming as blank. I think data level. We'll be actually seeing and cleaning the data now. And then we have to go back to the link. This employee does not have dependent too much till we are getting. Let's filter out. Now we got to know how to actually filter the data at the field level when we have different kind of data. Now let's see if we can clean. I'm saying when it is not empty, when dependents rows are not empty. We need to return. These are the filtering options that you need to be aware. Now we got all the dependent rows where you are not seeing blank. Because the report has got filtered with all those, but still you are seeing some of the employees' data. That is not. I think this employee has multiple children. 3 or 4 children. That's how we know you are seeing, but data looks accurate. It is clean. When you extract this in the spreadsheet, you will not see all these blanks going. Let's say 2, 1, 0, 1 has child and one more child and make no detail Tom McNeil. But now, when you extract this in the spreadsheet, you'll get to know. You can see. With the dependent information. Let's say we know you will be seeing this information. Now we have filtered with the child right. Now let's say your report has to get the data only when children's age is about 10 years. When someone asks you, can I get me the report of people who have the relationship as dependent and whose child age is greater than 10, that we can actually use that for vaccination and let them know that they're eligible for vaccination, kind of requirement, that they know such kind of requirement is there. Let's say the same report. We just need to do small tweak. We can put relationship child as child and Addy. Right? This data are equal to 10, right? We wanted to have is greater than or equal to 10. And since we are considering this as one condition, we wanted to have the dependent age independent relationship. As child and child say, it should be greater than 10, greater than or equal to 10. Since we are considering this as one condition, let's have this in a parenthesis that it can be as it can consider. Report will consider as one condition and understood like maths. To understand it more clearly, you can add age field also at related business object level. Whether we are getting greater than 10 or less than 10, it's dependent age. You'll see nothing less than 10. This is how we know will be. Actually, this is one of the unique kind of requirement you will be creating for benefits team for any kind of no business who actually go for this one. Now kind of activity for you with the same report. This report is actually now returning child information, which is greater than 10 right now. Same kind of report you can look for, we should exclude domestic partner and domestic partner shield. A kind of activity for you. You can actually report. Same report complete, but you need to play around with the filter. You actually exclude domestic partner and domestic partner child information. They should not return domestic partner and domestic partner child information. It should only return spouse and spouse shell. I'll give you a hint. Everything has to be come under filter only. Let me show how it works. No, your relationship should be spouse and spouse child. Your relationship should not be domestic partner and domestic partner. You need to go with same relationship. Instead of selecting in the selection list, you will be selecting not in the selection list, domestic partner and domestic partner child. Remove this one and run a report and let me know your results in our tomorrow session. Run this report, create a similar kind of report and get me the report without domestic partner and domestic partner child information. Get it and get your observations and get me the results. See, all you need to know in reporting is getting the data in the report that is sitting in Workday. Whatever fields that you are giving here, those you'll anyway get. If someone asks you to get the data by the data, you know what data has to be returned that you'll anyway give. What kind of criteria is? If they wanted to send only active employees, if they wanted to send only terminated employees, if they said, like, as I was giving you right, employees who have dependents, with only child, with only stepchild, kind of things, when you wanted to consider this criteria, everything plays in filter and sub-filters. You need to understand the requirement, how to drill down into Workday and return the data by filters. Filter is something like which I know optimizes your data and returns what data is intended for report. Now we have created the report that actually pulls, and we have created the report that a lot of data is based on the data. If anybody has someone who has dependents or dependents with child, we have gone and we have used sub-filter. The reason why we use sub-filter is since dependent is sitting in related business object. It is not a primary business or our primary business object is worker. And since dependent is a related business object, any data that we wanted to filter in related business object, we need to use sub-filter. And the first thing that is going to execute when you click on button and run button, the first thing that is going to execute is sub-filter. Then it will look for filter. Because when you use sub-filter and when you are giving the report to actually drill down into related business object and return the data as how we have given report first looks at sub-filter. First looks at related business object and then build down into related business object criteria. Then result tree, the return the data. At the same time, if you give filter also, filter in the sense which actually filters primary business object data. When you do filter also apart from sub-filter will be running first and then it will look for filter criteria. Both at a time will not execute and filter will not execute first. First sub-filter will execute. Report will look at subfilter and then it will go for filter criteria. Then looks for primary business object filter that you will be giving. We'll be working on all those multiple filter options between both filter and subfilter. Ichiko filter, and yesterday you're saying you're not able to find stepchild. Writer. I don't know whether you're using the student or the tenant. The reason why I am going for Adam Carlton is Adam Carlton has more security than the user that I'm using now. This guy does not have the right now on the security, but this guy has most of the security to actually manage any kind of cult fields, any kind of filters, any kind of sub filters, and all this. Adam Carlton has more security. That's the reason why I'm actually proxying as this Adam Carlton and manage our reporting. This was the report we have created yesterday. This is the report if you have not shared, but there is a task called View Custom Report. This task, even if it is not shared, you can find that report. They can only find or they have the privilege to edit. They can edit with the access that they have. And at the same time, they actually share that report to all authorized users. They can run the report and they can modify anything and they can manage anything. Let's say now the report that I've created yesterday, I'm trying to find this with other users. They can find the report. And if you see here share button, this is not shared. But with the access this day has, you should be able to edit, but he cannot run. Now I'm editing this. Go to share. Share all authorized users. I can give. Then this guy will get all the permissions to run. We have gone with all the basic demographic information and few dependent related fields. Now our requirement is to exclude the data of dependent domestic partner and dependent domestic partner's child. Where we need to go? We need to actually go for subfilter. When do you use subfilter and when do you use filter? When you have a primary business object and when you have a secondary business object in the report. And when you wanted to filter your data on secondary business object, you cannot do that in filter. You have to do that in any number of secondary business object that you can add in the report and in any number of secondary business object. If you wanted to add any filter criteria, you just need to go to subfilter. Click on add. Add that was a particular business object which you are looking for and add those filter criteria that you wanted to have. You are talking about secondary means related business objects. That's what you're saying. Secondary is nothing but related business object. Secondary in business object is nothing but child business object. And primary business object is nothing but parent business object, which actually links with primary business object. Now our requirement is report data should exclude dependents who has domestic partner as well as domestic partner child. This report should not return the employees who have this criteria. Now we added subfilter as a dependent and we'll see. This is again on index data source. Where is the report that we have created? We have created this report yesterday, right? Again without index. This is to give you an understanding why we are not able to filter on related business object. The source is index the filter. Probably I'll talk more with you after this call. What is indexed? What is the other source? Which works in which way? Which works, which will not work with a huge amount of data. All these things you know probably. I'll explain you right after this. Call the data source one. This should be the one. Let's see. In simple report, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. The filter criteria that I was seeing, it has to exclude domestic partner and domestic partner child. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. the data that we were looking for, and the data is selected. It has to look for the data that we are not looking for. We need to. I have a question because I've done this one. I had put look for spouse and child. Is that fine? Also look for where is it look. Look. I did it the other way around. Where is the look for? We don't have look for, no, not look, aha, in the selection list. You want to say you have taken at in the field. You have taken in the selection list. When you take in the selection list, it will actually look for the data and filters only for domestic partner and child data. When you look for not in the selection list, it will exclude those two and it will look for others. Now let me take not in the selection list. And we have all the relationships here. Now, since we have selected not in the selection list, we don't want this criteria to be coming in the report. Now I will select domestic partner and we don't have domestic partner child. Yes, notice we will also have domestic partnership, but this tenant does not have that. If you wanted to exclude domestic panel child, you can include that relationship as well in this criteria. Now, if I run the report, I will not have domestic partner in my output because I have selected not in the selection list. It will look for all others excluding domestic partner. If you include in the selection list, it will not look for any other, but it will look for only the value that you will be giving here. Which is better? Is there a better way? Is this the better? No, it depends upon your requirement, right? If someone asks you, I wanted to have, I'll give you one more example right after this report. If someone asks you to create, I don't want it to have domestic partner in the report, exclude that one. Let's say if you are sending data to any benefit vendor, they don't accept any kind of domestic partner and domestic partner child. What you need to do? You need to actually exclude those two relationships and include all others. The best way is exclude those two and it will look for all other relationships excluding. I was having a problem because every time I did this, it actually made everything blank in the relationship. When I told it, that's why I did about 3-4 times that eventually the only way I could see spouse and child was when I included spouse and child and took out everything else. And when I did that and run the report, I was able to see. When I export to Excel, then everything is, there's no blanks. Everywhere it's populated and spouse and child is included. That's why I went. But I will try it one more time and see. Let's see now. Let's see, it could have been. My logic was wrong also. I don't know how you actually play around with filters. Yes, filter is a primary criteria of report to return the data. Actually looking for field initially, still you get some good hands on. If you're actually looking for worker, just make sure that all the fields are sitting in the same business object. Now you see here I was actually trying to get a full name while this sitting in external or internal candidate. You may be getting the data, you waiting the name, but it is not looking for worker business object. It is not looking into worker business, but it is going for external, internal candidate who is actually not an employee, not a worker. Let's make sure that all your fields are aligned with the primary business object. Now this one is coming from worker. Amit, when you select the business object as worker, obviously you will see only the fields related to worker, right? And you're asking us to make sure you'll have all other business object related fields. Not only that, sitting in worker, worker is a kind of superset of all the business object that we have. You'll be getting the fields with the same name that are in other business object also. You need to make sure that you wanted to have the data only from worker. Right now, I was actually looking for a full name with the candidate business object, right? Which is actually can be related business object to worker. But when you're actually wanting the data to be coming into worker, make sure that these are delivered fields, right? These are actually provided by Workday, which are actually can be synced with worker also. When you go with the benefit elections report, when you're creating benefit elections report there, whatever fields that are coming under benefit elections, you will be getting only those fields. Unless there is any calc field or anything created in benefit elections with no other functions, you'll be getting there. But what does? It doesn't have any related business object. Benefit elections can also have. But the difference between worker business object and other business object is worker can link to any other business object in Workday. But benefit elections cannot link to any other business object. Worker can directly link to. You can get any other business object as a related business object in the report where worker is a primary business object. But in other case you cannot get. Let's say benefit elections that you are getting are any kind of performance related report or any kind of recruiting related report that you are creating. You cannot get worker into those reports because those are not, sync with. But if you are creating with worker business object, you can get candidate information, you can get benefit elections, you can get any other business object into worker. But if you are creating any report in benefit elections or employee review or any kind of job requisition kind of reports, right? You cannot get worker data into that report because that is not linked here to those business object. Those are not related to worker, but worker can relate to any other business object. Another business subject cannot relate to worker. That's the criteria. There's a reason why when you're actually managing reports with worker, you should be getting some other related business object data in your field list which are delivered. During that time, probably you to make sure that those fields are from workers. Only few fields. Supervisory or supervisory or supervisory org. Supervisory org. I'll go with dependent. Our relationship has to be one thing which needs to evaluate with the filter, right? That we can get to know whether domestic partner is returning or not. Well, I will get relationship. Now, if I run the report, I should get the data that should not include domestic partner, but all of this. I might have child, I might have spouse, I might have any other relationship, but in this I should not get domestic partner. I have around 908 rows of data. Let me extract this into Excel. Now I don't have anything other than this because I have excluded domestic partner. If I include domestic partner, that also will be part of this list. That's how you need to actually make sure that your report criteria has in the selection list or not in the selection list. When you are going for not in the selection list, just make sure that report will not look for that value. But other than that value, it will look for when you include in the selection list. It will look for only for that value. It will not look for any other value. That is the main difference. That is the main difference. And that plays an important role and makes a lot of difference in your reporting. In the selection list. Why has it not populated them? Under the domestic partner, I'm talking about the name of the dependent child or spouse, like how we have it in Workday. It has populated that column, both the columns. When we bring it into Excel, it has not populated. Is it because of some formatting? No, it has the data, but primary rows, does not have the data. You have all the data. You have all the data. But you have this employee does not have dependent. This employee does not have dependent. If you wanted to actually filter out all this data, what you need to do is you need to actually, yesterday I was saying right. Dependent should not be blank. Thank you. I mean the dependent field comes from dependent business object, right? But why are you adding it in filter? You told you have to add related business object only in the sub filter, right? I'm not taking the value that is sitting in dependent business object. This dependent value is from worker only. If I wanted to filter the data that is sitting in dependent business object, I cannot do here. If I wanted to filter data for dependents, I cannot do in primary, business object filter. Let's say if I wanted to filter for relationship. Sorry, can you please go back to the columns? If you see here, I'm not able to get any relationship value that is sitting in dependent business object. But unlike all other fields, dependent business object is from worker business object only. If you see here, visit dependent is sitting in worker. But the value like relationship, the value like dependent, not dependence dependent. All these values, if you wanted to filter on primary business or on secondary business object, you need to go with subfilter. Makes sense. Kind of clear. But still it's little confusing Because in the column, when you go to the columns, under the business object, you can see worker dependents. These two are business objects, right? These two are business of worker is a primary business object. And when you say related business object, it is nothing but was primary business subject is holding that value, is holding that field. That's the reason why you're able to add it as a related business object. And if you wanted to go into that particular field of that related business object, you cannot get that into primary business object, right? Because that is not sitting in. Yes, there are calculated fields that you can get. Let's say relationship is there. Now we have a relationship. You cannot get this under worker. I cannot add relationship. I cannot add only the ways we need to go with the calculated free. I cannot get any relationship value here. There's the reason why if I wanted to filter on relationship, my primary filter will not work. I need to go with subfilter. But since you know the value, that is actually dependent value. I wanted to actually play around this. That is sitting in worker business object. I'm actually using this as a criteria in primary filter. Got it. Thank you. Now all those blanks will go off. We got our volume got reduced from 903 to 245. We got reduced. This is how you will be actually taking out with the data now. Similar report. I'll give you with the different use case. Now the report should return. You both have your tenant, right? No, I haven't activated it yet. Report should return employees from United States and also whose hire date is greater than or equal to 1st of January 2022. And it also should return data from all other countries other than US. Two conditions here. Report should return all the employees' data who is joined in US with hire date greater than or equal to 1st of January 2022. And it also should return the data from all other countries other than US. Whose hire date is less than or equal to 1st of January 2022. We have to return the data from all of us. Here also your filter piece major role. I'll just any idea how you want it to go. First you're going to select. You're going to filter out country to US. That will be in your main filter. And hire date also will be in the main filter. But greater than we can just write greater than equal to 1st January. And employees other than United States. The first part I can guess. I'll just add location country. Just add country just to identify work. Now the required will, she an idea and I guess. From the full domain filter, because it's a plant, it is the subject and it will be under worker. It will be a new one under worker. You will create the filter. Here we have high rate also as a kind of criteria. Employees from us should be greater than or equal to 1st of January 2022 and all other countries less than 1st of January 2022. That is our criteria. I have a guess. I am going to put like an bracket. You're going to put one condition. And then you're going to put or another condition. Exactly. That comes with reading multiple filters. Now I've taken the filter. Again, location, address, country. The selection list. What has to be here? When I go for in the selection list, it has to be sure. I am going to put a little bit higher date. In the selection list. We're actually looking for 1st of Jan 2022 and after that greater than rate. We need to take greater than or equal to. Well, after the next video, alright, now the third one. Alright, that apparently that wasn't going to mention one quarter. That's, I don't forget, were 10. Thank you. That's just opening afterwards. Door for meeting her as I and also the other one. Since these are not authenticated and this keeps refreshing that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Now our second condition should be with our operator. Or it has to look for other criteria. If you give and it will take it as one condition only. I'm sorry. You have to tick the countries then in the selection list. I'll check for everything other than I'll remove. That it is a direct filter. But the other way is what I've taken. Just not look for United and get other one. That is more easy. Rather than looking, selecting everything. Going ahead. I did should be less than 1st Jan 2022. When you are going with multiple conditions, you need to partition. Those conditions are the single condition. Now we have one condition that looks for United States, another condition that looks for other countries. Amit, I have a question. The first row you have put and write. What happens if I put are there, where here? It will look for other than whatever you are giving right. United States. Yes, that you have given right. It will not actually the first conditions to start with and only cannot give are. If you give are, since if you have multiple filters, it will be looking, for all other conditions. Let's say if you are here, if you give her here, there is no difference. Actually, it is looking for location United States and it is looking for, other than yes, there is no difference. But if you give when there is only one condition basically to start with and only, and when you have multiple conditions anyways, you're giving operator as R for second conditions. No need of actually mentioning R for first conditions is actually your report will be actually finding United States or it will be looking for other country. You can also add multiple R conditions with the different criteria. But the first condition that you are starting here should be with an operator only. If there is only one condition and we give R, what happens if it is only one? That doesn't make difference, right? Even if you give and it will look for the same condition because you don't have multiple conditions there. Even if you go with R, and it will actually look for the same condition, same value that you are actually giving in this. The main reason of giving operator C is looking for the data in multiple intervals. You code right. If you are, well aware of any kind of language, you will be writing if else condition. If this condition is true, get this. Else this condition is true to this. Else will be writing this kind of condition. Write looping kind of conditions. This also a kind of looping kind of conditions. First, you should start with if condition right. If you need to, if condition satisfies, then get this value, else, go for other value. Similarly, if United States get this value, else go for other countries. Like that, you can keep on adding. Else conditions like how we know you will be adding in loops. The same kind of concept comes into the picture. Only thing is you will not do any kind of hot coding script, but you will be selecting under our operators. That's the only difference. Wherever you see other than United States, the hide rate should be less than 2022. Wherever you see United States, the hide rate should be greater than or equal to 2022, 2022, 2022. Now we have around 512 rows with multiple countries. We'll just test for few rows. All we see here other than United States. We see the hide rate is less than 2022, and now let's pick for United States. The hide rate is less than 2022. The hide rate is less than 2022. The hide rate is less than 2022. That's how you know. Your report actually looks for multiple criterias and gets that value makes sense now. Now coming back to our source level filter. Data source level filter. Now we are full. We are actually looking for the data where we are. Why this is actually coming here. We are actually looking for all active and terminated site. Now if I wanted to have retirees, my report should only pull a retiree. What would be the criteria here? Will the source, whatever I've picked here from worker business object, which is looking for all active and terminated, will give me retirees. According to HCM, undetermined retirees also said, am I correct, will be coming. But in Workday, we have a separate, source called all retirees. And also, since this is only looking for a certain group of employees which are active or terminated, might be no voluntary termination would be or involuntary termination would be. The retirees are nothing but, would have made long service in the organization and, by default, they're actually, terminated. But they'll be sitting in one source actually, but terminated will be like people would have, absconded or would have gone with involuntary terminations. Such things also will be coming, right? But my criteria, whatever I'm asking, should only pull for retirees, should not look for any other thing. But we can do it with this data source as well by putting some conditions, like you can go with reporting filter by actually going with employee type or any kind of worker type, and you can take it in that way. But the easy way is other than all active work, all active and terminated. The super source that we have is all workers. We have all workers. That looks for all the categories. It looks for active employees. It looks for terminated employees. It looks for contingent workers. It looks for retirees, and also it looks for people who went on leave. All these categories will be coming under all workers. The name itself says that it holds all workers. Now this is actually at source level. This source is actually filtering your data for active and terminated. But it is not looking for any kind of contingent. It is not looking for any kind of retirees specifically, and it is not looking for any kind of employees who went on leave. Now, if you wanted to look for only retirees, that should not look for any other criteria. This one question, the active employees, does not include those who are on leave. No active employees will be inactive. Active. Let's say if I'm in service but I went on leave, I'm nowhere active. Now I'll be inactive. I'll be marked as on leave. I'm inactive. My status will be inactive. When you filter with inactive status, you will be getting terminated and you'll be getting employees who went on leave. I said right, all workers would be a kind of source which will actually look for the criteria that we wanted to have. And also we have a specific source called all retirees in worker that will only look for your retirees. But if you go with all workers, you need to do report level filter. If I wanted to actually use the same source, this will not give you know the exact result that I'm looking for. Let's say if I actually try to filter out, we need to see. We have one Boolean value. One Boolean value we have is retiree indicates whether worker is a kind of retiree or not. You can take this and filter your, at report level. With the Boolean value, you can actually look at, but will not look for probably whoever who would have worked as a contingent worker would have got retired, right? And the people who have went on leave, would have got retired. And there are multiple other criteria also. Employees. When you use all retiree as your primary business object, then it takes into effect the workers that are contingent workers as well. Am I right? No, 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 no. It's only full-time workers, right? Yes, when you go with the source called all retirees. All retirees will be from worker only. Only your source is actually coming as all retirees that will look for all workers. It will look for all workers with, the retiree as a kind of criteria. Now I'm taking from this source only, but only thing is it will not look for all workers. It will look for only active and terminator only. It will not go outside of this and get us the result. But here also you can have an option to use that Boolean value to filter your data, but to get efficient result, appropriate output. The other way is go for all workers and do filter there, because it will look for all workers and it will filter for retiree. The other way is go for retiree source only. We'll do that both ways. We'll test that, this one. You're clear, right? When we are actually filtering with all active and terminated, we have a Boolean value which you can filter. We can. You can play around with filtering retiree, but it will look for only bounded amount of data. It will not go outside of the source and we will look for the data. I'll just show this example and you can wind over today. Now here I can go with all retirees, all retirees. This will only look for these guys. It will look for and it will get. And when you go with all workers and it's even contingent workers coming to the picture, you'll be getting all the categories. Now, if I go with it, we'll look for all the categories. But only thing is I need to do a report filter. Once do we have anything like all terminated employees, something like that? Yes, we have. Yes, we have all terminated. We have which will get only terminated. But whatever might be the worker's status, whether he is contingent or full-time, that doesn't matter, but it gets all the terminated. It will look for terminated status. Now here it will be looking for all the workers. Only thing is the same Boolean value. I said right, retirement. Whenever there is a Boolean value, it is nothing but yes or no. Oh, check this checkbox, which should be yes. If you are unchecking, it will not look for retiree, but you will look for all of the values. I'll just give you basic field and this Boolean value employee ed, employee type, employee type. I can add this gate here is the column. Now, if I run the report, I should get only retirees. I should not get other values. I only have 2 retirees. That is actually a filtering out who is a regular employee and might be fixed term, might be, contractor kind of things, it will be looking for. That's how we know you can typically play with report filters. Just, make sure that all the reportings, now we have all the complex reporting business requirements that will be getting data is find data. You can anyway identify the data when you understand cult fields. Also, we'll be understanding how to tweak the data. But the only thing is that you need to understand the requirement is filtering out the data, how you need to actually get the data that is sitting in Workday. That filters your, huge amount of data might be. Some organizations might maintain now headcount more than 1 lakh, 1 and a lakh and all. If you wanted to filter the data with that huge count, your reporting filter plays a major role and makes a lot of difference. Just understand that filtering criteria plays an important role in your complex reporting as well as any kind of specific business use case reporting. Any questions, Far? Oh no, I'm good something to do. If you can give an example, then I'll just work or do the same thing and see if I know. No. You can do. First, create a report that returns only contingent workers. Who has got high data in the United States with the same filter criteria that we have used. But it has to look for only contingent workers. It should not look for employee. It should not look for any other employee type. You should look for contingent workers whose hired date in United States should be greater than or equal to 1/1/2022 and any other contingent workers other than years should be less than 1/1/2022. Same thing with the other way around. But the only thing is employee should not be in the report. should be contingent worker. There are multiple ways you can do. You can report them. You can go with source or you can go with report filter. Anything you can do, but your report should return only contingent. It's not written any other employee. Take this as an activity and come up with the output. We can discuss any other way what you will be doing, right? Other than that, what are other ways we can exploit if you only use contingent workers as your source or going with all and then filter based on you can. You can go with all workers. You can go with the specific source called contingent workers. Anything you can go. Just explore in that way and we can go with another wide amount of requirements in our tomorrow session. Come up with any questions. While you're doing, you might be getting some kind of weird questions. You know how this is coming, why this is not coming, that kind of. Because I'm not used to the logic and I just keep working. The logic is the part that sometimes you get blanks and then you go back and try again. It keeps coming up again. Since this is a training tenant, right, you'll be having a lot of junk data. People will be just giving, the employees without any kind of dependence, without any kind of final employee types and all. You'll be having some kind of junk data where you'll see a good amount of blank values. You need to, strip out all those things through a filter, not blank. Basically, to start with the background of, all the conceptual part of reporting. First, if we are talking about reporting, do you know types of report that we have in Workday? I think first day you told me some compliance metrics. Those are custom report types. Those are custom reporter but generic. Other than custom report, we also have standard reports that Workday provides. We have basically two types of report. One is standard, the other one is custom report. Standard reports are provided by Workday where, to all its customers. Customer will just, let's say, if I wanted to actually, return all, all address related report. There's a report called standard report for address, which you can use. But if you wanted to add anything additional to that report, you cannot add because that is not a custom report, right, which you have not created that one. You will not have a control to that report. You cannot edit. You cannot make changes to the standard report. You just need to run whatever Workday is given. Standard reports are nothing but which are provided by Workday to its customers to run the report and get the data. And custom reports are nothing but which are created by customers as per their own requirements. These are the two types of reports that we have in Workday. One is standard, another one is custom. Basically, for whenever any kind of huge requirement comes to you or any kind of basic reporting requirements comes to you, it will just not straight away go for creating a report. If they ask for getting audit report of employee, audit report of job requisitions, there are delivered reports that are available already in Workday. You can just tell your business or you can just run that report and get the data, and you can share that output to your business instead of actually creating another report. But if you are reporting requirements are different and are not meeting to the needs of your the customization where standard report is not giving that amount of data, then you go for custom report creations. Again, if you wanted to go for custom report, there are two ways. You can copy your standard report to custom report and then add the fields that you wanted to have and make it to work according to your requirements. The other way is go for brand new custom report creation where all your data fields are completely new, which you wanted to have as per your own criteria. In that way also you can go. Now tell me, what is the standard report? What is a custom report? Standard report is delivered by Workday and you cannot edit it. You just have to run to find the values or to generate the report. But custom report is something which you can edit, modify according to your needs. For example, if the update doesn't provide the data provided by Workday, if it's not sufficient, then you go for a custom report. Yep, custom report. You can do it two types. You can either copy the standard report and edit it, or you can create your own custom report and the copy is actually. You know, the kind of different scenario comes into picture when you're actually copying report. When you're copying report, it's nothing but your standard report that you're copying, right? There are in standard report. There are further two types of report. One is expressor report, another one is report writer. And express for report types cannot be copied to custom report, or it cannot have an option called copy only report writer. Types of standard report: only report writer. Types of standard reports can copy to custom report and can customize according to your need. Express for report are just for viewing purpose only. You can run the data, you can run the report and view the data, but you cannot have that to be copied, or you cannot customize anything to your express for reports. But only report writer reports can copy and add additional data that you wish to have according to your reporting requirements. When there is a question or when there is a task that you are asked to actually get the same data with the different fields of express for report, make sure that you cannot copy that express for report. But max you can do is you can just create another custom report populating the same data that your express for report is giving, and also add any additional data to your customer report according to the requirement that you have. Correct. But Amit, if we cannot copy or if we cannot edit, then we cannot view what kind of filters they have used, right? We cannot use anything, we cannot recreate it, right? Then no, I'm saying about data. Let's say, I'm your arm. Let me show one report here. There is a deliver report called all standard report is there, but I think this channel does not do. I'm just opening one standard report here. Just, to show you, I'm able to copy this report, but these are report writer related reports. There's a reason why I'm able to copy, but there is one standard report. How do you know if it is report writer or expression? That is what I'm trying to go and show you. But that report, it's not coming up here, might be in this. Security is not that wide here. There is a probably, I'll see if I can get you all standard reports. There is a task, or if you have your tenant, probably that might have a little out of security restrictions. There is a report called all standard reports. I'll show you again, but I'm in explaining you. All standard reports is there, which will return all the standard reports that are available in Workday. And when you go to that list, it will show you report type as express flow and report type as report writer. And when you go to actions of express for report, you will see only run option, but you will not see copy option. But if you go with report writer, you will see both run as well as copy, because you can only copy your report writer reports. That's the reason why it will show copy option for your report writer, but it will not show for express for reports. Let me proxy out this employee, or Logan McKinney is also one example that we can take which has more security. And another important thing is report writer is also a kind of security group. Report writer is a security group which allows you to create report. Without reporter security group, you cannot access or you cannot view any report that is there in Workday until unless you have the security called report writer. You cannot create or you cannot view any report in Workday. If someone asks you, you know what allows you to create report. What is the security group that actually gives you permissions to create report? What should be? Your answer should be report writer. This was the report I was talking about. What is the report? Logan McKinney will have access all standard report. See here, you can see report type as report writer. Also express flow. You can find express flow. Also, if I go to related actions of express flow, I'll max C to run the report, but I cannot have an option to copy this report. Just if you go to the Workday and give you academic this thing, you should be able to find the tasks. Since these are your academic requirements. If you go here and give you able to the report writer, if you go to the report writer and then let me know if you have a report writer, I think my security is not giving this. If you give this, it will actually return all the academic requirements. That is returned. That is there in the background. Since this is a standard report, you can just run this, but the report writer reports. If you go with the report writer, you'll have different options here other than what you have for Express. For you have different options which you can. Again, this is completely based on the security that you have. Let's say academically advising is there. If you are not part of any kind of that particular security group, you will not be able to access this report, this task at least, completely. Whatever you see, whatever you view in Workday is completely based on the security. With report writer, you can create report and that's fine. But viewing the data should have, let's say, personal information is there, and there you have your personal information, covers your mobile number, your email address, and all your personal information. But I cannot, view your personal information right until unless I have specific permissions. And there is a domain called person day personal data kind of domain is there. Until unless that domain is assigned to the user that I am using, I will not able to access any personal information. Such kind of things in here. Similarly, whatever report tasks are there unless you have permissions to that area, performance related reports. Performance domain is not given to you, but still you are able to create reports on performance because your report writer security group is granted to you. You should be able to create relay reports on performance, but that performance related domain is not assigned to you. Though you create a report, that will return blank because you don't have that performance related domain assigned to you. That permissions is not granted to you. You can create a report since you have access to create a report, but you don't have an access to view the data of performance report, right? There is a reason why all the performance related domains has to be there. But we'll talk more in a wider way with the multiple examples. But just, take a kind of concept that we have a standard report which provided for customers and in which we have a report writer and X-ray support type of reports in which only reported report writer types can be copied, and there is a task called copy standard report to custom report, which is a delivered task. Through this task, you will be getting only report writer related standard reports, which are allowed to copy to custom report. Just take this as a kind of basic starting, a concept of reporting. We will discuss more about examples, about source, levels and type of custom reports we have, what will give what result on or another. We will talk in a more broader way in our tomorrow session. Sure, just take this as a kind of starting level of report. Writer have two types of reports and custom and standard. Within standard, we have another two types which will play a kind of another rule to copy the report and to not copy the report. We have 401k commerce pending gym membership. We have a lot of benefit plans. We will create a report that actually pulls employees who are enrolled for medical plans, who are enrolled for healthcare plans. All these plans will filter. I think the same report what we've created yesterday should work. I'll go with SORSA all active and terminated. Generally, these kind of requirements you'll be getting for benefits team. Benefits team will be asking you to send all the employees' data to vendors. Vendors requirement would be who have enrolled to their plans. Who have enrolled to their particular plan should be needing the data to process benefits from their system. That is one thing you need to do. Now the requirement is employee should be active and should have enrolled to specific benefit plan. That would be the requirement. What would be the case that we can do in the report? Should not be terminated, should not be contingent, should not be inactive. Employee should be active and should have enrolled to specific plans to pull in the report. Any active stack. We have to add it in the filter like active status. And then the benefit like in the list and add whatever benefits we want to filter. First, our report should filter for active employees. I said there is a Boolean value called active status. Which you can take and filter the data. And also there should be one more. Boolean value is employee active. This works more efficiently than active status. Because this is actually looking for employee. If you see the condition, I think this should be delivered. I believe. I mean, it filters only employees and not contingent workers. If you see the condition here, active and worker is employee. It is not looking for contractors. It is not looking for any terminated or inactive employees. It looks for only employees. This works more efficiently in your reporting. If it is not there, probably just note it. Other than active status is a delivered Workday field, which actually filters for active employees. But this also filters more efficiently than active status. It looks for employee record and identifies them and filters them. I'll go with this one. The other one, the active status, it gives for contingent or terminated everybody. It is nothing but the worker is active. What it will look is, it will go for all the records and it will identify active status. But this one will go for only employee. Your performance report. Performance will be more efficient because it will not. This will not look for all the records. It will only look for employee and pull that record. But the other one will go for worker record, and it will be drilling down into contractor, inactive, terminated by going into all the status, and will be filtering worker status, which is active. You mean like worker means any employee, but sorry, worker means any category employees full time. Employees fully. Workers. Worker will give contractor, terminated, inactive, on leave, and even the active employee. An employee is just an employee. Now the major filter that we need to make is who are enrolled to specific benefit plans. There is a delivered field called currently enrolled to benefits. That plays major role here. I have a question. When we select this and you say they on leave, they don't come up. But should they not be part of this? If we want all active leave, it could be just a week's leave, or is it? If you're saying leave, you mean long-term leave. There are two types of low end. There's a big top. There is a two type of flips. One is if I'm short term, if they wanted to have employee leave to be actually tracked under short term leave, they will not be marked as on leave. They'll just go with the time of run. There is a plan called time of plan. Let's say a pattern in the employee. Male employee wanted to go for a pattern in the leave for 2 days. Those kind of plans will be created under time of plan. But if any HR team decides if paternity leave, maternity leave, all this should be go under leave type. Just create them as a leave plan. Then we'll be creating that as a leave plan. When employee goes to paternity leave under this leave plan called maternity leave, what they'll be doing in the moment, they actually submit the leave and manager approves. Their profile will be showing that on leave. That will go for on leave. After 15 days, when they are returning back again, we need to return them from leave. There is a task for benefits team that they need to return from them. Unless they return them from leave, they are inactive employees. They are the organization, but they're inactive employees. This 15 days, what you told us, categorized by the organization, that based on period, no policy, how many days that they wanted to give, whether it is 10 days, 5 days, 20 days, everything is as per the policy, leave policy. These are all configured in the system when they first implemented like Workday. Everything will be configured as per the requirement. There are multiple benefit plans here. Really, I'll go for healthcare. Mostly every organization will have. These benefit plans offered to employee look across for. Medical plans will be offered to every employee in years. Look cross plan if they wanted to track employees who are enrolled to this benefit plan. You can actually set up these benefit plans and employees who are in don't do that particular plan will be filtered out. In case if there are other plans, you can just similar way you can check and get those plans. I'll check all. Also insurance. How are you selecting all? I'm not only just controlling. Basically, all the benefit plans that I've chosen will be for years. What I know, have other employees for other countries have come here. From my understanding, all the Blue Cross plans are for years. Employees only receive this employee. Let's see if this employees is enrolled for medical plans or what we filtered with. Employees for UK employee, that's what system is showing. It might be enough this employee. To understand clearly what plan is, they will just from this we'll know what is the exact plan that employees enrolled, that we know whether the country specific employee is eligible for that plan or not. I think this employee has enrolled for these plans and there is a way that coming up computer spending. Gym embassy come out of spending. Pension Sweden's account. All these plans are getting picked up in the report filter which control given selected control area. All the plans have got selected and the reason why this employee has got picked up. Any question? Basically, all of them got picked up because we can't be selected all the benefit, all the medical plans, all the plans other than medical. We've selected a few more plans. And that's where all the employees have got picked up, and even the benefit plans that will be loaded onto, like by your HCM people. It would be only the plans the company offers, right? There'll be extra. Whatever company opts for, those only will be selected, nothing else. These are frequent kind of requirements that you'll be getting from benefits team. If you're working for a customer who has benefits as their benefits module, they will be reaching out to you for similar kind of reports for multiple plans. Now, we have selected only few plans here. All plans here, but might be there should be a case where you will be creating a report only for one plan, where employee would have enrolled, and that detail has to go to vendor who has to provide benefits from their system. All these things will be there, right? In this case, you'll be selecting only few plans. When they give you a requirement that comes through the column headings, would they tell you what they want included, or do you? Is there a standard format, or companies have their own format? You mean to say, what are the columns has to populate? They may come with specific data, or if it is coming from external system. Not from internal business requirement, but if it is coming from external provider, benefits provider, they will be giving you complete document. These are the fields we wanted to have, and this is the plan that needs to get filtered and everything. They'll be giving you in a kind of PDF document as a user guide based on that. You can actually go ahead and create data fields. And now similarly, whatever we filtered, now you can actually use. Not in the selection list to actually get huge amount of benefit plan. Let's say now. They have all the benefit plan but not, insurance plan. What you'll do, instead of actually going for all the benefit plan, just not in the selection list and select the insurance plan. It will only look for. It will not look for insurance, but all the plans that you look and returns the data. Such kind of thinking also you can make when you're actually creating reports for benefits. That would be a normal filter, right? Not a sub-filter, because it's not sub-filter, because it's one business, primary business. All the benefit related filters will be sitting in worker only. But again, it's your hands on it. There is a business object called benefit elections, which is actually related to employee. It's related employee. You can actually take that one, go for related business, object and sub-filter. You can play around in that way also. We have benefit elections. Even this one also, you can do this. Is this added as a related business object? Now, you can take this to your sub-filter and select all the benefit plans that you wanted to have on that. That's all. You can actually play around with the benefit of that. Yeah, there is one more kind of sorting option that you can make here. The usage of these checkboxes. This is one thing in a venue whenever you are actually playing around with the calculations. Any kind of arithmetic data that employee's salary populates. Whenever employee other than salary, any kind of bonus amount that is coming. If you wanted to actually do a kind of sum for all the salary related fields and get a grand total report, you can, instead of using any calculated field. This is one thing, which you can select this which actually aggregates all the dollar amount that you'll be giving and get you the total amount at the end of the report. We'll just try to do that. Benefits from your ClearWrite. I am actually going a simple way of creating a report, but when you go for similar benefit reports, data-wise, you'll be getting a chance to actually create calculated fields to get some data fields. I'm not covering calculated fields, but when we get into calculated fields topic, once we are through with all the reporting formats and reportings, we'll be getting into calc fields. I'll let you know how you can tweak the calculated fields by getting benefits related into, a worker column or filters. All these things are probably calculated fields will be required when they're actually making most of complex reporting. I'll be covering the calculated fields when we get into calculated fields topic. Not even when we are actually creating calc fields. We need to add to reports only. We'll be creating multiple reports in calculated field concept as well. But whatever we have seen now is mostly used and the required report. Only thing that will change is the plans will get changed. The requirement and kind of filtering the data will be same, but probably the data fields might be. You might be adding a few more data fields and might go with the few specific benefit plans. That is the only thing that you might be seeing change. But most of the cases, a benefit business will be asking you or external vendor will be asking you to send the data for the employees who are enrolled to their benefit plans. Now, the expectation that we have for another requirement is we need to have a report. That should have any currency related value which generates an output with the sort field that I was saying, right? It should actually sum the currency value. That is the thing. What we can do is we'll keep as it is on the data. Add some compensation related fields. When you wanted to use that currency related here, aggregate your sort rate. Your value should be displaced, grand total. I already checked that one. This is currency only, right? This is not currency. Something kind of This to actually be that information. Scott invalid. Grand total. And it is not getting the value actually. But for some reason, I know the calculation is not happening. We'll see. Might be. You can see, a huge amount is the rate. It is not able to give that particular value. As you can see, everything is on billions. After summing up the grand total one, it is not able to give that value in this row actually. There is a reason why I can see even if I select all. Not sure whether you'll be able to get this amount, whatever you're seeing, right? I don't know whether it is billions or millions or trillions. Our grand total is not able to give this value because there's actually a huge rate to actually give. And the spreadsheet is not able to calculate this. But let's say we'll filter for only specific country and see if that gives. More or less, how much time do they look for turnaround time for a report plus minus when they give requirements? Generally, all benefit relation, whatever is talking about, right? We need to be a kind of integration based, or if you're specifically working in an analytics team or reporting team, and if your report that you're creating are standalone reports, nothing. Basically, when you create a report, those reports should be directed to dashboards or those reports should be pointed to integrations. This kind of requirements will be there unless you're not going for matrix report or any other report. If you're going for only advanced report, the expectations of advanced are a little different, right? It has to be, associated with third-party application. It has to be associated to integration. Kind of requirements will be there. Unless you don't have any such of requirements, your timelines will be very flexible. Because you'll be creating for internal business user only. For their reporting purpose, you'll be creating a report for them and you'll be sharing them. They'll not give any specific timelines. But if you are working as a consultant, as a contractor, then you'll get the stringent timelines. But if you're working for your own company as a customer, Workday customer, then I think you'll not have any kind of rigorous timeline. It will be flexible because you're working for your own customer and definitely they'll not give you a kind of deadline or a target. And by this date, I wanted to have this thing. They're not. Once you're done, you can practically go ahead and let them know that the report is done and you can view the report however you want. Automatically running the report and sending them the file or giving them access to the report and asking them to manage the report and run the report. Multiple ways to actually let business know your report status. We'll be knowing all those scheduling reports and all will know. Amit, one question. You're adding a grand total in the sort right. What if there's more than one column with numeric value? It's going to give some information. For all the columns, any currency field that you take, just configure a sum. Take that as sum here, or however we've done here, take that as sum and configure grand total. It will give for all those columns. Let me try for a specific country. That will list down some of the values and see if it comes. You go for Canada. How on that it goes? I don't think I'm a huge amount here. Still, let us come in here. Let me check. It has to be selected as sum. That's the reason why it is actually showing an error. If you guys have them, just try new tenants. It is something with the tenant or something. Just see if you're able to sort the grand total. Nothing that can be. Excel that. See, that shouldn't be the case to actually return this. You filter off your more. Then this is not something. Calculation sheet is something with the talent issue is not actually calculating itself. But generally this should work for all the huge data as well or something. You know the talent has some issue with this. That's the reason it is actually not calculating. But just try the same option in your tenant if it is populating. If you guys have this, just test this one in your tenant and let me know if if that is working for you. And Amit, my tenant, says one or more extensions are not installed. What do I do? One or more extensions are not installed. You're getting error message. No, I'm just logging in for the first time. I got tenant access just today. One or more extensions are not installed. Probably. There was an email that comes with it, and there's 2 extensions that you have to install before you can use it. Thank you. If you do those, it's really quick. If you do those, then you'll be able to get it. You're talking about the document attached with the email. No document. I can't remember. I just clicked on it and it said install and I said yes. There's 2 of them that you need to do. I can't remember because it's almost a week ago. Sure, no problem. I will check. Thank you. Now this part, check key in your tenant. If you're able to get the grand total for all the currency values, that should work. Just test that and let me know your test results. Now I'll actually go for prompts. Now you got familiar with what filter do, what sub filter do, right? Getting into prompts. Prompt is nothing but, which actually filters down and give a kind of flexibility for a user who is running the report to select the criteria, what they wanted to have in the report output. It's similar to filter, only but it works in another way. You have an option to select during your runtime while you are running the report. Now let's say your organization headcount is around 10,000. Now you're creating a report when you're testing, when you wanted to test the report to see whether it is returning accurate data or not. You'll not test for huge employees, right? That you'll not be able to validate the first. You'll be testing for limited employees to see whether all the data is populating or not in your sandbox tenant. In that way, if you wanted to do that level of testing. I love this one. In the selection list here, your type will change. Prompt user for the value. Select this one. I know this works in two ways. When your advanced report is web service enabled, is not web service enabled. Just filter will work. Just giving that as a filter will work and no need of going to prompt. When your report is not a web service enabled report, click on. Your report should prompt you. When you're running the report, it will prompt you to select the workers. I can select. Use that. I want it to run. There's no data for this employees. IMET can prompt used for any field. In a field, you can use it for any field. Your prompt can be any field. Any field can be prompted according to your requirement. The only thing is probably location is actually creating an issue. That's the reason why data is not coming up, because the filter what we have here is looking for only Canada employees. That's the reason why the other employees, whatever we have selected, are not coming up. I remove the Canada. If it is our operator, it should have worked. But if it is with under operator, it was only looking for employee and Canada employee. Now it should work. 3, 4. 3, 3, 5. See, even for 2 employees also just giving an error. Probably this could be something at tenant level. Tenant issue. I'll figure it out. But check in your tenant if it is working, if it is giving the result or not. That's how you know your prompt work. Now, since your report is not a web service enabled report, you're able to filter. You're able to prompt at filter level only. But let's say if your report is web service enabled report, and what reports are web service enabled reports? What report types are web service enabled reports? What is the meaning of web service? Yuru, I think you were there in the. I think it was for when you're doing integration, and that's when it happens. Only advanced report are reasonable reports. No other report can be marked as web service enabled report. And now if I check this checkbox and I click on, but automatically I'll be getting without click on it, or you're getting an error because the rule is not satisfying here. When your report is web service enabled report, you also need to select the prompt, whatever you have given as a prompt. You also need to select that in prompt option. I'm clicking on. But still I'm not able to proceed because there are errors. When your report is a web service enabled report, you have to give the value in prompt tab without giving in prompt tab for web service enabled report. You will be populated with error, and similarly grand total checkbox has to be unchecked for web service enabled report. Now what a shot and check and prompts. The sum here. This should work for web service enabled report. There is a difference in it. For all the web service enabled report, make sure that you give prompt in a prompt tab. For non-web service enabled report, your filter prompt will work. That is the thing that you need to do. When you add that same kind of behavior, you'll see, and you can add a worker, you can add a contractor, you can add a country, you can add any of the report fields. That actually allows you to test your huge amount of data for reports. That's a major problem. Probably what you can do is when you're actually creating a report for benefit plans, and you will give flexibility for benefit users, benefit business stakeholders when they're actually testing the reports to give the kind of benefit plan as a prompt. That whatever benefit plan that they wanted to filter with, they'll just give it there and click on. Get the data that will be more flexible for them instead of, giving a huge amount of data and asking them to verify. I'll give a kind of prompt option to them. If you wanted to actually give a kind of constant value, that also you can be done. Let me show you that. Instead of actually selecting from the list just to make sure that it has prompt. Amit, what is this display? Prompt values in subtitle. If you have here, do not include in subtitle. If you select this one, whatever worker, you're seeing that right. Whenever you are running the report, worker prompt is coming up to select the worker. When you select, that won't be coming up, but that has to come for you. There is a reason why you have given prompt right. Let's say there are some certain type of reports where you will be getting some default prompts when you create a report. I think for index all reports, I think the source will give all the built-in prompts. If all those built-in prompts are necessary for you and you don't want them to populate as a prompt, you can actually select that. Do not populate that prompt in the title. That you can do, and do not prompt at runtime. Also, you can check, and if you want that prompt to be required, and unless you select the value for that prompt, your report should not run. Kind of option that you have, just select this one, that it will make that field as required. And we have to give that prompt and then run the report. Now let's say I'm giving required here. First, let me show what is the do not prompt at runtime means. Like when we give a prompt, when we enter a data, it's going to filter out at runtime, right? Yes, it is going to filter out at run. But then what is this checkbox? What is the difference then? Do not prompt at runtime. Next to require. Next to require. Do not prompt at runtime. Let me check this one. Now I've selected as a required, and if I select this one, I'll be erring out. Because we are making that as required, and we are again selecting as do not prompt at runtime. It should throw error. It should throw error actually, because this prompt filter is not making sense for the report to run. You're making the report field as prompt as required, and you're selecting this do not populate. But let me uncheck this required checkbox and make sure that I have now. I have prompt as worker right. The report will not ask me. When I run the report, it will not ask me for prompt button, but without prompt it will run and it will go for blank data. Because prompt is given and you have not executed the prompt. You made that prompt to not populate when you're running, and it has run and it has given you the blank data. Now again go back there and configure that back. Required, select this one, and when you select your required and this one, this will get disabled. Now this one. Now you see the required star mark has come here because you have marked your prompt as required. When you make your prompt as required, unless you give the value here and click on, you will be not able to proceed further. But if you don't give as required, then you can click on and submit that. Getting the data and then not getting the data is a different term. But when you give required, you have to give the value and click on. But when you don't give the value as required there in the prompt selections, this is to symbol. You not get. And when you click on, even if you don't give any data, your report will run with blank data. But here, in order to proceed further, you should give the value and proceed further. Let's say blank data means then it won't populate any data. It won't populate any data. No, it won't look for any data, because the reason why is you have not given any data here, right? You're making your report as a prompt. And you're not selecting any prompt and you're clicking on, where the report is not looking for any data and it returns blank data. But in this case, if you wanted to be more flexible, if there is a prompt, I wanted to give the value, or if I don't want to give the value, but I wanted the data, if you have such kind of requirement, there is a different selection in the prompt. Filter where you made it as prompt right from the user for the value. Only if there is a value your report will run. When there is no value here, report will return blank data. That is the meaning of this prompt value. But if you feel that, even if I don't give the value, I need to have a kind of flexible option. It should run for all the employees. If I give a prompt value, it should run for only that employee. Kind of a requirement that you have. Just remove that one. Go for different prompt option. From the user for the value and ignore the filter condition if the value is blank. Even if you don't give any value in the prompt, your report should run. It should not look for that value and that your report should run for every employee. Now let's see if I'm selecting this one. You understood the difference here when you're going for prompt users of value. You need to know it's a basic override, right? If you do that, the second one. Yes, ignore the values even if it is blank. Just run for a full stack kind of filter that you're saying. But if you are taking this option, it is looking for the value. If you're not giving the value, your report will not run because you have not given any. This is the case. A basic prompt is like a filter. On the other hand, where you just want specific information. Now I've selected ignore if there is a blank. Now even if I don't give any value, I think I made it as required. I think here. Let me remove this. Now it will prompt me. I'll get the prompt. But even if I don't give the prompt, I'll get the result. Because we have selected a prompt to ignore if there is a blank value. But still, you have an option to filter if you wanted to go with the you can go. And then for only this employee, here you have given the value and it has returned. But here your prompt is a little flexible. Even if you won't give any value, it will look for all the employees and it will return to give the value. It will look for that particular record. But in the previous case, you have to give the value in any case and it will look for that employee, that record, and it will get on the data. If you won't give, it will turn the blank data. Understood the difference? Like this, and you want the prompt. It's more for the opposite if you're running it for somebody that they can find information based on what they just searching for. When there is huge amount of data for the business, and if you're giving access to this report for business users, and if you're allowing them to select the benefit plan, or to select the country that they wanted to run, or to select the supervisor organization for which they have to return the data. There are multiple cases, right? They might be having a different kind of requirement for only Canada. I wanted to run a report for only United States. I wanted to run a report in that case and give a prompt for country. And for only the specific management level. I wanted to run only for senior directors, only vice presidents, only executive leadership team or CEO of the company. I wanted to see the data only for these group of employees. Then I go for organization. You will be prompting for supervisor organization. They can select whichever organization that they wanted to have and that returns around that specific data. We have an option to give filter for supervisor organization, location, country, anything that you can select and give them a kind of prompt access where they'll be selecting the specific country or organization or benefit plan anything, which lets down the report performance time and returns the data. Now the activity for you. Create a report. Create a report with all the demographic information, employee demographic information. When I say demographic information, it should include all the employee related information, employee ID, employee name, cost center, hire date, manager, location, address, country. All these things has to be part of demographic information. Create an employee demographic information which should actually prompt for you when you are running a report with employee type. Employee type. When it is prompted, I should be able to select for contractors or I should be able to select for workers, worker in the sense employee. I should be able to select contractor or employee. I need to have an option to select to run the report as a prompt for an employee or for a contractor. These are the two options that you can give as a prompt and get kind of flexibility to run a report to any of this employee type and return the data. Before we end, I have a question. Can you please go back to prompt? And there was an option like value from another field. That will work. When you have certain cases when there is no value, prompt right. Here, I don't see you'll be seeing a value from. That will be in filter. Did you see? When you select it. Oh no, from filter, you will be seeing that. Here you'll have comparison type. Say from giving. Value from another field. There are a lot of examples here which I can give. When I am giving value specified in this filter, workers will be holding employee names, employee IDs, right? Those I can give here employee, worker name I can give. But let's say it makes sure what values will be existing and value from other field. It's going to. Whenever you create calculated field, you're getting this kind of options. Actually, if you see here, if you don't want to go with worker name and on, is asking you kind of role of an employee. Whether it is a benefit partner or someone from business init hierarchy you wanted to pick. You can pick this employee managers group of employees because worker is nothing but it includes multiple levels. It is asking all worker managers if you wanted to pull all the managers. All the employee managers, if you wanted to return, you can give that one. And if you wanted to, when worker is a benefit partner, you wanted to run a report for benefit partner, you can give this one. And when worker is, all workers managers in management chain. Let's say there are multiple support organizations. For each supervisor organization, there should be a manager, right? If you wanted to report on all those managers who are in management chain, you can actually select this one. Worker has multiple options. Worker might be standalone individual employee or group of employees with multiple criteria. Here you can select any of the category that you wanted to have from another field. From another field, let's say if I wanted to all worker managers, this will return for me all the workers, managers whose management level is manager. I'll remove the prompt because we are testing in different scenarios here. In that case, we can't have a prompt here because it is a group of employees. You can have a prompt, but you need to know what value you need to insert in that one. You can give the prompt. You need to know what value all workers managers is there, right? You need to know if you give any employee in all workers manager, let's say I'm the manager now. You are reporting to me. If I run the report with all workers as a manager, as a prompt, if I'm the manager, if I give as a prompt, my data will become because I'm the manager, but you are a kind of individual contributor. If I give you a name, the report will not return because you are not categorized as manager. The EU report will throw an error. Now I've selected the worker as all worker manager and removed a prompt because that is multi-instance field. Where is that one? This is gone. Since it has got refresh, it has gone. I look from other field. I can select immediate manager also or managers. Basically, whatever you cannot select here, you will be selecting here. There is only the case you will be seeing. Now I'll be getting all the managers data. All these are managers actually. If you go to Stephen Morgan profiles, when worker is a manager, you have given a filter to run a report. There's a reason why you're getting. If you go to this employee job, you can see management level. This employee has manager. People are reporting to him, and that's the reason why he has associate. People are reporting to him. When manager level 1 in the sense is nothing but immediate manager. When there are people reporting to him, you will be getting that particular data. You will be getting. We understand the filter criteria that I've taken here. Manager level 1. Basically, if you give it as a prompt in the filter, then you have to define the prompt there. No. Prompt is not the kind of topic here because the value that you have taken here from value from another field is a kind of concept here. Worker, you can give worker name like Amit. You know who is she kind of values that you can give in a comparison value. But now I've taken value from another field. Value from another field. In a sense, you can select group of employees, rows, roles you can select. You're selecting a manager level 1. What is manager level 1? Who is a kind of immediate manager to any employee, which is nothing. But who should have reportees, right? The people who are reporting to him, who is nothing but a manager, right? That's what you're seeing here. When manager level 1 is there, they run the report. That you are able to select from value from another field. You're taking a cross section. Is it like you basically taking two fields, but they're rows and bringing them together. That's the reason why you're getting multiple employees, right? Who are managers you'll be getting. You're getting a bunch of employees. There's nothing but a role. If you are a manager, you'll be getting. If I'm a manager, I'll be in the output. If Ramua is a manager, she'll be in the output. Basically, you're getting all the managers in the report. That's what you know. You're able to select. Worker is nothing but anything, right? A worker might be manager, might be director, might be vice president, might be CEO of the company. Anything, right? That's what you're making, that selection here. If it is value from the selection list, you're only selecting from worker name, whatever it is that you'll be able to select. Value from another field means it is going a little wide open to all the worker types. Worker categories, I can say CEO of the company, manager, director, anything you know that you can select. Amit will be talking more about prompts tomorrow also. There are multiple ways of prompting. We'll also discuss more options about prompt when it is required. When it is not required, kind of multiple ways of configuring prompts we'll be discussing. We'll be getting a few more use cases related to prompt and we'll discuss. Please do like, share and subscribe to our channel.